to the results. Also, you can find out your results at the St. Mary's Parish Center. There's a little spot where you can tell your bib number and they can print you out your full results. Lunch is smoked chicken. There are gluten-free and vegetarian options available for the lunch. Just make sure you tell the lunch people when you get to the lunch what you're looking for. If you need to drop out, the dropout spots will be at any of the soup stops. Just please inform the soup stop of your bib number, and we can let the timers know. You will still need to turn in your bib, and if you have dropped out, please do not walk across the finish line with your bib on. The classic tracks, let me tell you, we have a whole bunch of tracks right here at the start area. Once you get out on the course, the whole course is tracked with 2 sets of tracks. So you want to mostly ski in the right set of tracks unless you are passing, and then step over to the left. So skiing in the right set of tracks unless you're passing, and you can move to the left set of tracks. So get good sportsmanship, give everyone plenty of room. Maybe I should mention this before anyone goes out there and challenges themselves, but early bird registration will be available the week following, just for 1 week, $85, special price early bird registration this next week if you register for next year's Vasaloppet 2027 Vasaloppet. If you have lost and found items, if you've lost an item or you found an item, either way, will you drop it off at the Vasaloppet headquarters, this building right here with the cute little red Dala horse in front. And if you've lost something, check, that's where you want to check. We will keep any lost and found for 30 days following the race. So if you've lost something, you can check back with us later as well. While we're getting here, 10 minutes to go, I would like to thank all of our sponsors, all of our volunteers for making this day happen. We have over 600 volunteers to make the Vasaloppet happen. All the snow moving, the grooming, people working the soup stops, people working behind the scenes, and we really appreciate all our volunteers making this event happen. Our sponsors, I want to shout out a big thank you to the Onan Family Foundation, Relia Health, Quality Disposal, the City of Mora, Kanabec County, Douglas Kerr Underground, and Northland Automation and Engineering. Those are our big sponsors, and we really appreciate all those sponsors and volunteers that make today possible. I'll mention again, spectators, fans, and skiers, the art show is continuing today till 4 p.m. in the lower level of the Mora Library. You can walk on the east side of the sidewalk to get there. I see King Vasa and the Kranskoulas are out here ringing the bells and getting ready to cheer you skiers on. This year's Kranskoula is Luelle Niskanen. She's got the traditional green jacket on down there ringing her bell. Every year a new Kranskoula is named. This is following a tradition from the Swedish Vasaloppet. Every year a new Kranskoula is named based on volunteerism and service to the cross-country ski community. A little bit about Noelle. She was born and raised in Mora, Minnesota. She participated in Nordic skiing while in school, and she has some Dala horses at home in her stable as well. She's also supported the present school Nordic ski team, and she is on the Mora Ski Club board, which helps promote skiing in our community. A little bit less than 10 minutes to the start. If you haven't started getting your skis out there on the course, it's probably time to think about that. Again, self-seating. Dropping your clothing bags off at the tent at the end of the snow here at Forest and Union gear bags, and there's changing area in there as well. All right, so about 8 minutes to start, I'm going to welcome everybody to the 53rd Vasaloppet USA. Thank you for being an important part of our event today. Whether you are a spectator or a competitor, we want to welcome you to Mora, Minnesota. We are a premier ski race with small town hospitality, so I hope you enjoy your day. I am Phoebe Myron Kroll. I'm going to be your voice of the Vasa today, taking over from Jess Olin yesterday, who did a fantastic job. So hopefully I can fill the shoes. I'm just going to read a quick land acknowledgement statement. The Mora ski community would like to acknowledge this land where the Nordic Center and ski trails are located has been called home by the Anishinaabe and Dakota Native Americans for many generations. Historically, it is known that Kanabec County was named after the Anishinaabe word Ginibig, which means snake, referring to the winding Snake River that flows through the region. As we embark on the long tradition of the Vasaloppet ski race today, we would like to share a little about the Anishinaabe, more specifically the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe. Traditionally, winter is the time of year for storytelling. This is a tradition that is still practiced today. For hundreds of years, there were trails that connected Native communities all throughout these lands. These trails had purpose, they had significant meaning during all seasons, but most of all, they connected people. These trails were a true test of endurance, to share a harvest with relatives from another village, to bring medicines to someone who was unwell, to bring communities together for ceremonies that celebrated life as Anishinaabe. It is known that some walked hundreds of miles between the northwestern and eastern portion of Minnesota to be reunited with their loved ones, some carrying their babies on cradle boards with other small children in tow. These trails went right through these lands where we stand today. Today, as you test your endurance and as you participate in our annual Vasaloppet ski race, remember those who walked here before us. We ask that you honor their legacy and acknowledge their forever connection with these lands. The Mora ski community says miigwech. Thank you. Also, while we're having a thoughtful moment before we race today, let us pause and acknowledge the journey that has brought each of us here. Let us reflect on every kilometer of training and the able body that has allowed us to do so. We are deeply grateful for these race volunteers, the friends and family who cheer us on, and the fellow skiers who inspire us. Let us carry gratitude in our hearts and acknowledge that simply being here is a victory. We will have our national anthem here in a couple minutes, and then the honor guard will send us off. Again, there'll be a slight pause between the end of the national anthem as our honor guard transitions from present arms again. I forgot the name. So he's at present arms position and then has to go to firing position, firing a blank to start our race. So there'll be a very slight pause between the end of the song and the gun. Please do not start until the gun. And as you ski off, our tradition is to ski off to the Roy Rogers song, Happy Trails. Let's keep that in mind, that we are out on these happy trails. It's a little gray sky today, but that is perfect for cutting down on the glare. And just a reminder, there is kind of a quick S-turn here at the end of Main Street into Library Park, where it does get a little bit narrower, and then you'll get down into the lake and it widens up again. Again, the whole course is tracked with 2 sets of classic tracks. And so if you are not passing, it'd be best if you stay on the right set of tracks and then the left for passing. And again, I know you don't need to be reminded, but good sportsmanship out there on the trail, courtesy to fellow skiers. Thank all the volunteers you can. Again, slower skiers to the right and faster skiers passing on the left. I'm gonna send it over to LJ here. I think maybe I will give 1 more minute, LJ.
Put them in there. Put them in there, yeah. We'll do.
Do you have a question for you? I agree. Yep.
Okay, are you in your skis? Are you ready to ski on our beautiful trails? Yes? 3 minutes to start.
I'm ready.
You ready? They are not.
Okay, we're going to have LJ Shadeen, one of our local choir students, is going to sing our national anthem for us. We're so honored to have him singing for us. And please, skiers, spectators, fans, please join in. He sings a very nice rendition, and I think we'd all be able to join in with him. It's not too high. So please feel free to join in with LJ as he sings our national anthem.
Mike's not on.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And they're off. Happy trails.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Good job, skiers! So great to hear all these bells, everybody cheering the skiers on. As you are waiting for your skiers to return, the art show is open until 4 p.m. today. St. Mary's Parish Center, where the lunch is being served. Also, you could buy a lunch if you are just a spectator today. A fan, skiing supporter. We appreciate you so much. If you are looking at this going, this is so awesome, why am I not on my skis? Make sure this week we have early bird registration through $85, the best price you're going to get for registration for the Vasaloppet for next year. So 2027, you can sign up this week at the early bird price. Also, I have not mentioned this yet, but we have Mora is known as a city for all seasons. We have events in every season, and if you complete all the events in one consecutive go, you are eligible for the Classic Award or the Motion Series Award. A little bit about that. So the Vasaloppet USA yesterday and today, if you ski one of the longer races, that's part of the Classic Series, or the shorter race, part of the Motion Series. And then we have the Snake River canoe race in May, the Mora Half Marathon and 5K in August. The 5K would be for the Motion Series and the half marathon towards the Classic Series. And then in September, we have a bike tour, 25 and 50-mile bike tour. And if you complete all 4 of those in one consecutive lap year, whatever, it doesn't, you could start today, you could start with the canoe race, you could start with any one of them, but if you complete those consecutively, you would get the Classic or Motion Series Award. And it's a great way to keep yourself fit, active, involved, being outdoors all year, all seasons. You can register at the Vasaloppet.org webpage or moraclassicseries.org. And you maybe are starting your Classic Series today. You can still sign up for it. Also, spectators, the Vasaloppet headquarters are open with a lot of lovely merchandise, Vasaloppet merchandise. You can go in and get your new swag, buy a present for your skier who's out there, get yourself ready for next Christmas even. Check it out, the Vasaloppet headquarters right here with the lovely little gala out front. I emailed it All right, I'm going to give you a little history update, a little history lesson here as we see all our skiers off. So the 53rd annual Vasaloppet yesterday and today, it started in 1973. There were 96 skiers gathered in a farm field on the Linder Farm in Warman in northern Kanabec County to ski an approximately 30K loop that consisted of fairly rough trail at times. We have some pretty high expectations nowadays for our ski trails. This was a bumpy farm field and forest and things sticking through the snow, but they did a great job. So the 96 skiers started. Only 58 of those skiers finished, and for many of them it was on their first time on skis. The entry fee was $1 for kids and $1.50 for adults. Nordic skiing was just gaining popularity in the United States at the time. Glenn Johnstone is considered one of the primary founders of the Vasaloppet USA. He had the vision to create a point-to-point ski race and got permission from the landowners to do so. He was president of the Vasaloppet board from 1975 to 1988, and he received the first Lifetime Achievement Award from the Minnesota Nordic Ski Association in 2006. Other leaders from the organization over the years, people we want to thank who are still around with us, have made a huge difference for Vasaloppet and the Mora ski community. John Lindbohm, Steve Johnson, Dick Smith, Tom Stoffel, Rita Sundberg, Wade and Susan Weber, Pat and Carmel Gorham, Bob Gorham, Randy Reynolds, Don Olson, Terry Samala, Rolf Forsland, Tom Geese, Mike Brown, Jack Schwinghammer, Jim Wallace, Todd Woods, and John Hallstrom, and many, many others. I'm sure I don't have everyone on the list. And of course, a shout out to all the present and past Crown Schoolas and King Vasa for their leadership in the ski community. So the race started initially as a point-to-point race from Warman to Mora and evolved into a lap race with the start and finish in Mora in 2016. The transition from point-to-point to lap race was prompted by a few years of low snow and the need to establish snowmaking at the Nordic Center. Vasaloppet USA is one of 4 international Vasaloppet skiing exchange races. So Mora USA Vasaloppet, and then the original race in Mora, Sweden, and then there are Vasaloppet races in China and Japan. Vasaloppet USA is a non-profit, volunteer-driven, and donation-based organization. So besides paying your race entry, if anyone is feeling generous, please make a donation. Oh, I've got Noelle Niskanen, our 2026 Crown Schoola in here. Oh, she's got an update. I was going to interview her, but she's got an update. Okay. Another update on the Miniloppet. So first off, bib pickup has been changed from the tent to St. Mary's Parish Center. The Miniloppet is at 1:30 this afternoon, starting in the library park. I think the paper had some misinformation saying it was at the Nordic Center. That's where it was last year. This year, Miniloppet will start, for all the distances, will start in Library Park, and I will keep saying that all the month for sure. Bib pickup for Miniloppet changed to the St. Mary's Parish Center, and starting at Library Park and then finishing right here. The Miniloppet has 3 distances, approximately 400 meters, a 1K and 4K. The 400 meter, the shortest race for our youngest skiers, will start in Library and then just ski straight into the finish, around the curve and into the finish. The 1K and the 4K will ski down the Bell Tower Hill, do a loop out on the lake, and then come back up and finish here. We've got the first 6 skiers through the 4K, the first aid stop. The first 8 skiers are through the 4K aid stop. First place is in 11:11. It's currently Sam Holt, but it's a quite crowded front pack. It looks like Sam Holt, Adam Witkowski, Peter Kolia, and Kyle Ludwig are all quite close together. A few more people just came through the 4K spot. Their predicted finish at this point is 1:46 for the 42K, and 55 minutes is predicted finish for the 21K at this moment. While we have a moment here, I'd also like to thank all the current Vasaloppet board members who work year-round to make this weekend happen, each bringing their unique skills to the table. Our current president, Chip Jardine, is spokesperson for the entire ski community, and especially the Vasaloppet and the Miniloppet. Jim Conway is our current vice president, and he helps with marketing, research, and analysis. Wade Lennox is our current treasurer, and he's also in charge of the road crossings, helps with the Miniloppet, skier registration, and sponsorships. Katie Kerr is our current secretary for Vasaloppet board. She's also a past president, and she is in charge of the headquarters, fundraising, food, awards, and also the Swedish Mile, another event in the fall running on the Nordic Center trails. An awesome, fun trail run. Swedish Mile, there's a 10K, a 5K, and a kids race. Noelle Niskanen is our 2026 Kranskula and also hospitality. She is so great at that. John Larson, a past president and the guy who set up the booth so you could hear my voice today. He is a snow farmer. He's sort of our technology guru, helps with trails, helps at the Nordic Center a lot, and also is one of the Swedish Mile coordinators. Matt Felger is a snow farmer, and the celebration tent infrastructure and construction were his duties. Luke Olin, another snow farmer, does a great job grooming. He's out there on the trails, equipment maintenance. If you use the Nordic Pulse app, you can see when the trails have last been groomed. And a lot of times I like to think that you can see the little groomer going around. If he's out there, I like to think I can see a teeny tiny Luke Olin on my app. Jack Schwinghammer is out here today. He is a past president, and he is also helping with setup and tear down here around the finish line and the road crossings and things, safety, trails, and working at the Nordic Center. Jordan Woods is on the board. He is in charge of social media. Anna Patnaud, Chad Carda, Caden Halverson, and Luke Stultz is our executive director at the Vasaloppet headquarters. Thank you to all of these people serving on the board. Another thoughtful moment here. I'd like to remember Laurel Robertson, who passed away last April 2025. She was the race coordinator for the Vasaloppet USA for 17 years. She was the face and voice of the Vasaloppet to skiers at the headquarters office and over the phone. Her laugh and optimism left lasting ripples throughout this community. She is deeply missed. Laurel's favorite song was Come On, Ring Those Bells, which is of special significance to the Crown Schoolers as they ring their bells here today. We've got the first couple women through the 4K stop. Our local Paige Larson from Mora, Minnesota is through the 4K stop in 14 minutes. And Gabrielle Vandendries from Minneapolis, Minnesota is through the 4K mark as well in 13:34. For spectators and fans, that gives Paige Larson an estimated finish time of 1:06, which would be just after 11 a.m. You're looking out to cheer Paige in. And then the first woman in the 42K, estimated finish time of 2:08, so that would be 12:08 on the clock. Another thing I want to mention, another way to support the Nordic skiing community, besides making a donation to the Vasaloppet USA, is the Tom Geese Skier Development Fund. The Tom Geese Skier Development Fund was started to honor the late Tom Geese, ski coach here in Mora, community leader, and the father of 7-time Vasaloppet USA champion Chad Geese. The mission of the Tom Geese Skier Development Fund, or TGSDF for short, is to promote and develop the development of youth skiers through funding for equipment, training programs, camps, and national competitions, and coaching. As of 2025, the Tom Geese Skier Development Fund has given back over $17,000 to the Nordic ski community since 2021 when the fund was started. May we all strive to be our best selves, and in the words of Tom Geese, be a skier. There's a spot at the Vasaloppet USA website to donate to the Vasaloppet or to the TGSDF fund. As a Mora Ski Club member myself and Fast Track Ski Coach, we really appreciate the Tom Geese Skier Development Fund for donating sets of youth skis to the Fast Track Youth Ski Program. That's really great to get some good new skis in our skiing community. So it looks like we've got a skijorer arriving just now. I want to tell you the skijoring race. Mora Ski Club hosts a fat tire bike race and skijoring race in January, and that is a super fun day. If you have not ever skijored, it is skiing with your dog on a harness. The skier and the dog work together. The dog is not doing all the work. The skier and the dog work together, and it is, if you have a dog that is into it, it is so fun to be on your skis flying along behind your dog. If you've not experienced it, it's so fun to hear all those happy dogs at the start of the skijoring race. And then the Fat Vasa, the Fat Tire Vasa, is super fun event. Also start and finish at the Nordic Center, and two distances, a short tour and a longer Fat Vasa race in January. All right, I have another announcement here. I was just updating some Miniloppet information, but before I do that, I want to tell you there is just a lovely little Yorkie dog here has been kind of turned in as lost and found. So if you are missing a super cute Yorkie dog and you don't want it to go home with one of us, it is here in the fitness area at Vasaloppet headquarters. So if you're missing your super cute Yorkie dog, I thought it was going to go skijoring, but I don't know that we have a harness that small. Please stop in and pick up your dog. Again, updates on the Miniloppet. The bib pickup and race day registration has been changed to St. Mary's Parish Center as the Wi-Fi is not working in the tent. The Miniloppet will start in Library Park and finish right here in front of Vasaloppet headquarters. It is not a timed event. It is a chance for kids to get out on their skis and just have joy eating and finishing downtown with all of us cheering them in, ringing bells and cheering those kids in. So starts at Library Park. Also, there's been some questions about on the registration. It says something on the website about club pricing. There is no special pricing for the Miniloppet. It just is what it is. And I'm not sure why it says club pricing on there. We'll check on that for next year's registration. So I hope that clears up any confusion, but feel free, if any fast trackers around have questions or fast track parents or Miniloppet skiers, you can stop in the information booth or at the St. Mary's Parish Center and get questions answered there. All right, spectators, skiing fans, families, and friends, I am expecting the leaders to come through the 18K mark in the next 5 minutes or so is their estimated time. And then the estimated finish time is for the 21K leaders is currently 10:54. So that's about 10 minutes, possibly. We should have leaders coming in. So once they go through that 18K mark, it is not long till they are in the finish area. I will let you know when I have someone go through that 18K mark so you can get ready to come out and cheer them in. Well, we have a few minutes waiting for our first place in the 21K. I just want to mention again how awesome our trail system is. Skiers out there enjoying our beautiful Nordic Center trails and then skiing into town. The Vasaloppet Nordic Ski Center and its trail system is a labor of love, 100% managed by volunteers and financed through donations. Our facility offers free public access to 15 kilometers of ski trails with a maybe 3.5 K of lighted trails, so you can ski into the dark time of winter. And the Nordic Center itself has a wax room, 2 saunas and changing rooms, shower and sauna. There's a kitchen space. You can come in and heat up your hot drinks there. It's a nice place to change your boots and leave all your clothes and stay nice and warm. Tax-deductible donations play a critical role in offsetting the cost of maintaining that facility. And our volunteer snow farmers and trail team invest countless hours in maintaining and improving the trails. So any donations, contributions towards that valuable resource will certainly be appreciated. All right, I've got this, the first place in the 42K through the 18K mark in 49:18. Still waiting on the first place in the 21K to come through that checkpoint, the 18K checkpoint, but they should be there shortly. And then 18K to the finish, just a couple K in. So as soon as they go through that 18K mark, we should be out here, whatever warm space you've tucked yourself into, come on out and get ready to cheer in our winner in the 21K in the half classic. Just a quick note about the Swedish Vasaloppet. So the Mora Vasaloppet was in a lot of ways inspired by the Swedish Vasaloppet, also in Mora, Sweden. And the Swedish Vasaloppet started in 1992, so that race is just over 100 years old. It is the oldest and largest cross-country ski race in the world. And the race commemorates the young nobleman Gustav Eriksson Vasa, fleeing from the troops of Christian II, an oppressive king of Denmark, Sweden, and Norway in 1520. Gustav Vasa skied from Mora to Salin, ultimately convincing the Swedish country folk to rebel against Danish rule. Today, the 90K race is skied in the opposite direction from Salin to Mora. And the motto of the Swedish Vasaloppet, I'm not going to read the Swedish, is "In our father's tracks for future victories." And the 90K classic race typically has 15,000 racers and takes an average of 8 hours to finish. The race is closely followed across the country of Sweden and is broadcast all day on Swedish TV. And the week leading up to the Swedish Vasaloppet, the Mora Sweden Vasaloppet, there are a whole week of races, a night race called the Nattvasen, which I participated in 2020. It was so fantastic. Oh, I did the half. Nattvasa, 45K seemed like plenty, but it was so fabulous. Luminaries and bonfires lighting the trail the whole way. There's a women's race. There's the blueberry soup race, which is a shorter family-friendly race, and then there's open track skiing. And it's a really fun celebration of skiing in Mora, Sweden. If you have a chance to go, Mora, Sweden is our sister city, and it's just a fab. I've only been there in the winter, but I'm sure it's lovely in the summer too. It's a wonderful place. The bell tower in our library park is modeled on a bell tower in Mora, Sweden. So Anton Tillman is our current leader through the 18K mark, and he is estimated to be in here in about 3 minutes. And then there's a close together. Anton Tillman and Louis Serrata are our leaders, just about 3 minutes out probably. So get ready to cheer them in. Closely followed, well, I don't know. I don't have a third person through the checkpoint. We'll see who's coming next, but they should be here shortly. Get ready to cheer them in. And we have the lead pack through in the full classic through the checkpoint, 18K checkpoint. So they are probably heading out on their second lap, and their estimated finish time is 1:46, which would be about 11:45 a.m. on the actual telling time clock. So looking for our finishers, top two finishers coming in soon in the half classic. I see that our Kranskolas are getting ready to welcome them into the finish line. The wreaths are out there somewhere, and we have our fans trickling back onto the street here. Get ready to cheer them in. All right, we are expecting our Health Vasa leaders coming in any minute now. I hear the bells ringing already. Let's cheer them in. I believe we have Anton Tillman and Louis Serrata in the lead. Followed closely by Jordan Woods, local high school and college skier now located in Duluth, Minnesota, but native of Mora. Jordan Woods is currently in third. I hear the bells ringing. Ooh, have a chance to look up. We have a couple eagles circling over us. That is definitely a sign of good luck for our event. Unless they are vultures. No, too early in the year yet. They're eagles, definitely. Again, spectators, skiing supporters, the lunch is being served in the St. Mary's Parish Center, and that would also be available to purchase, $12. If you are a spectator, family, friend supporting your skiers, you can get lunch in the St. Mary's Parish Center as well. It is a chicken wild rice hot dish and beans and rolls, but there's also a vegetarian option and gluten-free options too. You just have to let them know. And here comes our winner in the 2026 Half Classic. This is Louis Serrata of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's cheer him in. Good job. Look at that smile. What a great day to be out there skiing. We are so fortunate. Way to go. Finish time of 59:52. And there's our Crown School of Noel Niskanen awarding the winner's wreath to Louis. Good job. We've also got our first woman leader in the full classic through that 18K checkpoint in a time of 58:48 at the 18K. So her predicted finish time is about 12:06 p.m. So we'll be looking for her as well. Current leader is Gabrielle Vanderries from Minneapolis. And here comes second place. This is Jordan Woods, currently from Duluth, but from Mora, Minnesota, coming in strong. Let's cheer him in. Good job. Strong finish from Jordan. Woo! Finish time of 1:03:12. Good job, Jordan. Jordan Woods, second place there. Also, I want to mention is on the Vasaloppet board. He is one of the people making this event happen. His focus is on our social media. We still have Paige Larson leading the half classic in the women's division, and she is predicted to be in at about 108 would make 11:08. So we're waiting to see Paige come in, another local skier. And here comes Jacob Steele from Prior Lake, Minnesota in the half classic. Welcome in Jacob Steele from Prior Lake, Minnesota. And here comes Thomas Kendrick from Minneapolis, Minnesota. strong finish, Thomas. Time of 105.53. Thomas taking first place in the 25 to 34 age division. Good job, Thomas. Another thank you I have not made today that I should shout out to all the National Honor Society kids from the high school who are helping out today in various positions. It's so great to have that volunteer for so many of our events throughout the season. They're such great kids, young adults, and their help is invaluable. Along with all the other volunteers out there making this happen today. It's so fantastic. And here comes David Bridges from St. Paul, Minnesota. Welcome to downtown Mora, David Bridges. Good job. He is first place in the 65 to 74 age group. Way to go, David. Strong skiing. And fifth place overall. Fantastic. So Paige Larson, our leader in the female leader in the half classic, is through that 18K checkpoint. So we should see her coming in soon as well. Just a reminder that bibs should be turned in when you finish. There's at the finish line tent or at the Paris Center, we will wash and reuse those. That cuts down on waste, which is really important, and also cuts down on costs. Race results will be on, there's a link on the VASA website, and they are on raceresults.com as well. And you can also get your race results in St. Mary's Parish Center. They have look you up by your bib number, and they can print out superiortiming.com, thank you, where the results are at, as well as stopping in the St. Mary's Parish Center, and they will print out a sheet for you, shows your splits and your final time and place in your age group. There will be an awards ceremony at 12:30 for the half classic, or 11:30 for the half classic, and 12:30 for the classic, for the top 3 finishers overall. Other age awards, you can just pick those up in the St. Mary's Parish Center. There's a Vasaloppet backdrop you can get your picture taken in front of, and get your lunch. Here comes St. Paul, Minnesota, and Patrick Johnson from Minneapolis, Minnesota, with a sprint to the finish. Look at these guys dig in. Good job. So Patrick just edged Brad there for the finish time. 1/100th of a second apart. 1/100th of a second apart. Way to go. Brad first in the 55 to 64 age group. I'm joining that age group next year. I'm so excited. Patrick Johnson is first in the 45 to 54 age group. Way to go. Here comes Torsten Stenberg from Mora, Minnesota, strong into the finish. Strong high school skier. Look at him dig in. Way to go, Torsten. Looks like he lost his hat on the way. Good luck. Good thing he's going to get one from the Crown Schoolers when he finishes. Good job, Torsten. And he is first place in the 0 to 17 age group. Way to go, Torsten. And here comes Steve Edling from Osceola, Wisconsin. Strong into the finish line. We've got Paige Larson is coming in shortly. She's come to the last checkpoint. Here she is coming around the corner. This is your first place, your 2026 Half Classic champion coming in right now. Paige Larson from Mora, Minnesota. Yeah, oh, she's doing a double. I just got to mention she did the Dala yesterday, skate race yesterday, and the Half Classic today. Good job, Paige. And right behind her, Paul Kunkel from Mora, Minnesota, another standout high school skier. Ooh, Coach Peter Larson should be coming around the corner soon, chasing his teammate, his kids down. Let's go, Peter Larson. Peter only getting beat by 2 of his skiers today, but also getting beat by 2 of his former athletes. Good job, Peter. It must be the coaching. Good job. Way to go, Peter Larson.
Oops.
They're also doing a double yesterday as well. The leaders in the full classic are through the 22K mark, so they're halfway to halfway, is that right? So we'll be looking for them. Estimated finish time is 11:55 now. So as these skiers come in, they are greeted by the Kranskolas, and first place got the wreath. Is Paige still down there with her wreath on? And then after that, the Kranskolas are cheering you in, and you are this year getting a lovely blue hat with the Vasaloppet logo on it. Kranskula comes from the words for wreath maiden in Swedish. So the Kranskula gives the wreath to the race winner, congratulates and encourages all the skiers. And the Kranskulas are dressed in a costume that is modeled after the traditional folk costume from the Dalarna province of Sweden, where Mora, Sweden is located. We have a couple more finishers coming in right now. We have Parker Sattersten from Rogers, Minnesota, and Paul Olson from Mora, Minnesota. Paul also, I know, skied yesterday as well. Good job, skiers. Parker is first place in our 18 to 24 age group. Way to go, Parker. In Sweden, in Mora, Sweden, for the Swedish Vasaloppet, there's a Kranskula and a Kransmas, a young lady and young man. And their selection in Mora, Sweden is based on various merits, including being unmarried, young person, being distinguished in sports, family members, sports merits, and sport club membership. The role of Kransmas was added in 1988 when women were first allowed to compete in the Swedish Vasaloppet. Our Kranskulas do not need to be unmarried young ladies, but they all have contributed to the skiing community in various ways, besides encouraging us out on the ski trail today. I'm just going to say a few words about the Miniloppet again, that the bib pickup has been changed to the St. Mary's Parish Center. There's a Wi-Fi issue in the tent. The start of the Miniloppet is at 1:30 at the Library Park, starting right behind the bell tower. The short race, the little kids race, is going to start there and just come straight into the finish area here. And then there's a 1K and 4K as well. And those kids will ski down the bell tower hill, ski up, and then climb back up that bell tower hill into the finish area here. A lot of the local kids who are competing in the Miniloppet also are involved in our fast track ski program, which is a skiing program for kids grades K through 6. And we meet once a week after school during the month of January and February up to the Vasaloppet weekend. And the main focus for that is just to get kids out on their skis, having fun on the snow. We had to cancel a couple times this year because of cold weather, but otherwise we've had a fantastic year. We finished up on Thursday, a warm day. We finished with a human slalom, and then we had a freezy pop party because it was such a warm day. But we have the kids out on skis, learning some ski technique and just having fun playing games on their skis. So first place female in the 42K Classic is still Gabrielle Vanderies leading, and she has gone through the 22K mark. And so her current predicted finish time is about 12:18. So we keep an eye on those skiers as well as our half classic people are finishing. And here comes a strong finish from Sam Schultz from Bemidji, Minnesota. Good job, Sam. Sam Schultz from Midgey, Minnesota. Coming in is our second place female, Greta Lemons from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Nice skiing, Greta. Also in the 0 to 17 age group. Fast skiing. Good job, Greta. And coming into the finish now, we have Peter Knoll from Anoka, Minnesota. And Marcel DeRosier from St. Paul, Minnesota. Here comes Noah Ruby from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Good job, Noah.
That would be me. Oh. Okay.
Here comes Chris Bowman. I know he also raced yesterday. He was part of the Coaches and Chris team. Good job, Chris Bowman from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Also, right behind him, Jeremy Kunkel from Mora, Minnesota, another strong high school skier. And Blair Anderson from Hopkins, Minnesota. Good job, Jeremy. Good thing he's getting the hat. Good job, Blair Anderson is wearing his Ifka Mora hat from Sweden. And here comes Patricia Bohati from Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is going to be our third place female in the half classic. Good job, Patricia. And Molly McLavoy from St. Paul, Minnesota coming into the finish line. Good job, Molly. Here comes Anton Tillman from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I think he left it all out there today. Good job, Anton. I see some young spectators and fans out there who I hope are also planning on doing the Miniloppet. I just want to make an announcement of those Miniloppet changes again, that the bib pickup and race day registration is at St. Mary's Parish Center for the Miniloppet, and the Miniloppet is starting in the library park right by the bell tower and finishing right here. Coming into the finish area now is Pedro Pesta from Deer River, Minnesota. Good job, Pedro. He's still looking strong. It's got good kick. And right around the corner behind him, here comes Abby Scheller from Dayton, Minnesota. Good job, Pedro. And here comes Abby into the finish area. Welcome to downtown Mora, Abby Scheller from Dayton, Minnesota. Here comes Loretta Wasik from St. Paul, Minnesota. Any fast track skiers hanging around, I want to just mention also on fast track, we will have a night ski marshmallow party and distance chart award party next Tuesday, meeting at the Nordic Center. So if you're in a fast track skier, that'll be actually the end of our season. We'll have a party with a night ski under the light on the lighted trails, which will be great fun. Coming in now, we've got Melissa Berman from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, and David Dow from Stillwater, Minnesota. Strong finish from both of them. Good job, David. And here comes Melissa. Good job. Here comes Cosette Stenberg from Mora, Minnesota. Current high school skier. I think our first local high school skier coming in. Good job, Cosette. And right behind her is Lindsay Delvo from Mora, Minnesota. With a strong finish. Look at that kick. Good job, Lindsay. Good job, Lindsay. Coming into the finish, Cyrus Rival from Ogilvie, Minnesota. I believe he skied yesterday as well. I think Cosette skied yesterday too. It's so fabulous that he's doing the skate one day and doing the classic the next. I'm so impressed with all these skiers doing the double Vasaloppet both days. Here we have Heather Chickanowski from St. Paul, Minnesota. And Tom Herbert from Apple Valley, Minnesota. Welcome to downtown Mora. Good job skiing. Peter Larson, if you have warmed up, you're in dry clothes, you want to come and talk in the booth, let's hear a little bit about Mora Mustangs Nordic skiing. Small town famous band leader, Peter Larson, coming to the booth right now. Oh wait, I mean Mora Mustangs Nordic ski coach, Peter Larson. Peter, tell us a little bit about your team this year.
Well, they're really fast because I got beat by a bunch of them yesterday and I got beat by a bunch of them today. So that's pretty good. But we had about 50 kids out on the team this year. It's been an awesome season.
So the ski season was awesome, and we saw that the high school team beat the coaches' team yesterday. I feel like I'm not sure if that's a good sign or a bad sign. I think a good sign. All right. And can you tell us about some of your successes this year?
I was saying this yesterday, but our goal for the year was to enjoy winter and enjoy skiing well. And we just tried to make it a really fun season and enjoy the good snow we had, and we got lots of skiing in, so it was awesome.
Awesome, great. How about any extreme challenges this year?
You know, our year's been great. Like, we've had great skiing all year. The snow farmers and groomers have kept us good trails. Even when it got a little warm, they've made it happen. So it's been good.
Awesome. And we're going to welcome Kayla Bozovsky to the finish of the 21K from Hill City, Minnesota. Good job, Kayla. And then right behind you, here comes Brian Niskanen from Mora, Minnesota, skiing a double. I saw him out on the trails yesterday. Good job, Brian Niskanen. So, Peter Larson, while we still have you here in the booth, is there anything that your team really needs, like specific equipment or anything to continue its success?
You know, one thing that's been huge, and I know a lot of people around here have donated to that Tom Geese Ski Development Fund. I got to coach with Tom my first couple years, and then he drove the bus for us a couple years after that. So it's really cool to have his legacy keep going. And Diane and the rest of the family, Tom's family, have done a great job setting us up with the things that we need to get every skier who wants to ski at Mora High School gets a chance to ski. We'll set them up with skis, boots, and poles. So we're in really good shape. Thanks to everybody who donates to that fund, and keep it coming because we're doing cool stuff with it.
Awesome. Thank you, Peter, and good job this weekend. It was fun to see you ski. Are you going to be out there cheering on the Miniloppet skiers?
I got one more race. I'll be skiing the Miniloppet with my daughter here in a couple of hours. So.
All right. Thanks, Peter. And Peter's philosophy, let's have fun in winter. I think that applies to all of us. So I definitely carry that into the Fast Track Kids Ski coaching program too. Let's have fun and enjoy winter. And coming in now with an amazing time, strong finish, Avo, typo from St. Paul, Minnesota. One of our skiing heroes. Good job, Avo. First place in the 75 plus age group there. I don't know, he's not gonna tell us his age right now, but he's awesome. Ellen Thompson finishing from Virginia, Minnesota. Avo is one of my skiing heroes. I'm gonna be skiing when I'm his age, fingers crossed. And coming into the finish now, James Smith from Forest Lake, Minnesota. Good job, James. Coming into the finish area, Bria Kask from Duluth, Minnesota. Good job, Bria. Finishing now is Maria Lemons from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And right behind her is John Larson. Ski Vasaloppet board member and past president. Does a lot of work with our technology and a lot of trail work at the Notice Center. We would not be able to run this without him. Good job, John Larson. lot of people coming in now. We have Chris Lund from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Darwin Ricks from Madison Lake, Minnesota. And Stan Hokinson from Udo, Minnesota. Here comes Samuel DeWeese from Waconia, Minnesota. And depending on how things are going out there, we could have the winners of the Classic, 42K Classic, in about maybe about 15 minutes. So let's keep an eye on that. I'll let you know when they go through the 18K split, and that tells us that they are almost here, or the 36K split on the second lap. So we're keeping an eye on that. I'll keep you posted. Strong finish from Jessica Kazarik from Houghton, Michigan. Good job, Jessica. Dan Ludwig from Watertown, Wisconsin. Strong finishes now from Mary Ellen Hausladen from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Molly Wayrens from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Everybody's still smiling. Yeah, I love it. Some more strong finishers coming in right now. We have Angela Nisler from Bemidji, Minnesota, followed closely by Paul Stenberg from Mora, Minnesota. Did the long Vasa yesterday on his skate skis and coming in now on his classics. Good job. And here comes David Dingman from St. Paul, Minnesota. And 6592, it says need name. I think you better check in when you finish here and get your name in. 6592, finishing strong, we need your name. Oh, and 6054. All right, here comes bib number 6054. Somehow we've got some sort of technical glitch. 6054, we need your name. Finish strong and then go check in and make sure they get your name. Good job. Here comes Chuck Flanders from Mora, Minnesota with a strong finish. He also skied yesterday. I believe the bell ringer yesterday with his wife Sue. They did a great job. Good job on the double, coach. Good job, Chuck Flanders. Woo, strong finish. Here's Susan Fritzel from Ames, Iowa with a strong finish. Good job, Susan. And here's Benjamin Jurek from Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. And let's cheer in Andrew Saliga from South St. Paul, Minnesota. Good job. Here comes Peter Fritzel from Ames, Iowa. Jenna Johnson from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And this, I'm sorry, I missed the split. This is our first place, Peter Kolaha from Quebec, Kvetna. Finishing in 50:48, that's our champion, and followed closely by Sam Holt from Minneapolis, Minnesota, our first and second place in the 42K. Here comes David Randall from Hugo, Minnesota in the half classic. Auden Nicholson from Hayward, Wisconsin. Kara Grishwalk from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Coming in, and Billy Kuiper from St. Paul, Minnesota. Nice skiing, Bill. Good job. Here comes Doug Schumacher. Adam Wikowski from Victory, New York. And Doug Schumacher from St. Paul, Minnesota. Good job, Doug. I believe that is second place in the 75 plus age group. Way to go, Doug Schumacher.
We're good. You know where the first one was or no?
Same thing.
Okay. Okay, he isn't. I got it. Yes. Okay, so maybe, and what's her name, just so I can keep an eye on her. Okay, okay. Keep my eye out. Okay, all right.
Strong finish from Madeline Wall from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And here comes Walter Rush finishing the half classic, and Joe Thunty finishing the 42K classic. Joe from Minneapolis finishing the full classic. And here comes Dylan. Oh, here's Walter Rush. Good job, Walter, coming in the half classic. And then just making the corner is Dylan Rivard from Brook Park, Minnesota, another high school skier finishing the half classic. Strong finish, Dylan. Here comes Ryan Rogers finishing the 42K Classic, and Mark Waldock from White Bear Lake finishing the half classic. Ryan Rogers finishing the classic from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here comes Steve Dolan in the half classic, and Kai Ludwig. Kai Ludwig coming in here right now, Golden Valley, Minnesota, in the classic. Kai is your winner in the 35 to 44 age group. Good job, Kai. And here's Steve Dolan finishing the half classic. Strong hit finish here from Nicholas Yuso from Duluth, Minnesota. Eli Rassler from Duluth, Minnesota in the 42K Classic. Matthew Henderson from Duluth, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. And Eric Thygesen from Jackson, New Hampshire, finishing the half classic. Here's Matthew finishing. Good job. Sam Shaheen from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the 42K Classic. And Josh Albrecht from Stillwater, Minnesota in the Classic. Here comes Brian Winger from Mora, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. Good job, Brian Winger. Leif Jensen from Matamita, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. And Eric Bardman from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. Here comes Leif Hansen from Champlin, Minnesota, finishing strong in the full classic. And here comes Leif Devaney from Duluth, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. And coming into the home stretch, we have Scott Duffus from Owatonna, Minnesota in the half classic. Here's Scott and Yaroslav representatives from Richfield, Minnesota in the full classic. Good job, Yaroslav. Strong finish now from Brian Kingery from Otsego, Minnesota in the half classic. Again, skiers, spectators, lunch, warm, hot chicken hot dish being served in the St. Mary's Parish Center, and the Dollar Horse Awards are there. The lunch is being served until 3 p.m. today. You can purchase a lunch if you don't have a lunch ticket. Coming into the finish now, we have John Cramschuster from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. And coming in for the full classic, we have Ian Wright from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Craig Cardinal from Northfield, Minnesota. It looks like it's going to be a photo finish for these guys. Let me tell you, Ian just edged out Craig there. No such thing as a free lunch. Here comes Chris Elliott from Hopkins, Minnesota. And Joseph Eisenberg from Champlin, Minnesota. Adam Beebe from Hutchinson, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. And here comes Adam Grebe from Hutchinson, Minnesota. Here is Carl Hola from Duluth, Minnesota. Karen Liam from St. Paul, Minnesota. First place in the 65 to 74 age group. Karen, nice job. Good skiing. I'm keeping an eye on the 42K Classic. First female should be through that 36K checkpoint shortly. I'll try and keep my eye on that and let you know when that happens, and then we'll know they'll be here shortly after that. Finishing now, Aaliyah Mauser from Fergus Falls, Minnesota. If you are skier number 2920, and you broke a pole, I'm so sorry that happened. Your broken pole is in the Vasaloppet headquarters if you want to pick up the remains of that. Finishing right now, we have John Connery from Duluth, Minnesota in the half classic. Good job, John. Ooh. Is he finished? Is he finished? Yes. Okay. Made it across the chip before the fall. Good job. Put it all out there. Good job, John. Coming in the home stretch right now, we have Brock Lundberg from Hudson, Wisconsin in the 42K Classic. Coming around the corner, we have a crowd. We got Brock Lundberg. Oh, finishing right now. Andre Benson from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Brett Ahrens from St. Paul, Minnesota. Ija Paskey from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Ron Oman from Afton, Minnesota, all finishing the Classic. Brenda Govan Chadwick from Excelsior, Minnesota, finishing the half classic, and Patrick McGrath from Chanhassen, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. And here's John Benjamin Eknes from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. Here's Brenda Galvin Chadwick from Excelsior, Minnesota. John Benjamin Eknes from St. Paul, Minnesota. Mary Gunderson from Mora, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. Another high school skier here. Good job, Mary. And Louis Saliga from Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota, half classic finisher. Good job, Louis. Kirsten Leaf from Center City, Minnesota, and Nathan Rohde from Arden Hills, Minnesota. Nathan is finishing the 42K. Jane Steele from Grand Marais, Minnesota, with a strong finish in the 42K Classic. And coming into the home stretch here is Colin Wicker from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here is Colin Wicker, Sean Heaton from Champlin, Minnesota in the 42K Classic, and Joseph Altendahl in the 42K Classic. We should have our top women coming in shortly, so let's be ready to cheer them in when we see them come around the corner. Here comes Kevin Bjork from Lake Elmo, Minnesota, Zachary Handler from Minneapolis, and Micah Mauser from Fergus Falls, Minnesota, finishing the full classic. This is Kevin now. Kevin Bjork finishing the half classic. Good job. Here's David Bjork from Fergus Falls, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. And G. Paul Bowmaster from Northfield, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. But coming in right now, we have Artie Huber finishing from Otsego, Minnesota, finishing the classic. and Elijah Spurlock from Columbus, Ohio. This is Zachariah Pancook from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the full classic. So G. Paul Bowmaster from Northfield, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. Zachariah Pancook from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the classic. And David Spurlock from Columbus, Ohio, finishing the half classic. Welcome to Mora. Neil Miller from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the classic. And Patrick Boylan from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. We've got our first place female in the 42K Classic coming in shortly. I think this is her right here. In the home stretch, Gabrielle Vandenries from Minneapolis, Minnesota is going to be our 2026 champion in the Vasaloppet Classic, 42K Classic. Let's cheer her in. And right there also Carl Kroll from Maple Grove, Minnesota, and Phil Rogers from Esco, Minnesota. And there we have it, our champion, Gabrielle Vandenries. We have a small ski emergency. One of our Miniloppet skiers who skied the bell ringer yesterday ended up with the wrong skis. So someone, if there's a Miniloppet skier who's got a, no? Here comes the second place. And, oh yeah, second place, Laura Cataneo from Rochester, Minnesota. You're second place in the 42K Classic. Good job, Laura. Here comes Susan Richardson, Susan Richardson from Excelsior, Minnesota, and Sparky Stensis from Renshaw, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. Rochelle Reyes from Jackson, New Hampshire, finishing the half classic. And Ben Larson from Menominee, Wisconsin, finishing the full classic. Yeah, a question about finding results. The results are updating live at superiortiming.com, or there is a link through the Vasaloppet website. It says 2026 results, and those are updating live. Here comes Julia Rekka from St. Paul, Minnesota. Here comes Josh Dobert from Maple Grove, Minnesota, finishing the classic. And David Naday from Waconia, Minnesota, finishing the classic. Here comes Craig Stolen from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the classic. And Margie Nelson finishing the classic. Third place in the classic today, Margie Nelson. So we had a bit of a ski mix-up yesterday. If there's a Mr. Kramer or somebody Kramer standing around, we have your skis. We picked your bag up off the lake, apparently. Here comes John Sickler from Pine City, Minnesota in the half classic. Here's Susan. No, this is Brian Albrecht from St. Paul, Minnesota. No, that's not. Still not right. Susan Engen. We have someone whose bib did not pop up on my list. Hopefully it registered, but we'll check with the timer on that. This is Susan Engen from Minneapolis, Minnesota in the half classic with a smile on her face, finishing in this beautiful sunshine. And Brian Albrecht from St. Paul, Minnesota, and Chris Morris from Edina, Minnesota, finishing the half classic right now. Benjamin Mullen from Lindstrom, Minnesota, finishing the full classic. And Chris Morris from Edina, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. Devin Byers from Ironwood, Michigan, finishing the classic. And we have Luke Johnson from Zimmerman, Minnesota, and Josh Johnson from Ogilvie, Minnesota, with a tight finish. And Eric P. from St. Paul, Minnesota, with a strong finish. And coming into the finish is Sarah Witter from Menominee, Wisconsin, doing the full classic. I have a report that she skied yesterday as well. Good job. Way to go doing the double. Here is Stephen Algren from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the half classic, and Elspeth Rohander from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the full classic. So props to Stephen Algren, third place in the 75 plus age group. Again, one of those guys I'm going to aspire to be as I keep on skiing. Here is Judith Mikolai from St. Paul, Minnesota. No, that's not right. That was Thomas Ajax. Good job, Thomas, from Minneapolis Park, Minnesota. Coming into the finish, Judith Mikolai from St. Paul, Minnesota. And Kevin Rogers from Osceola, Wisconsin, finishing the 42K Classic. Brian Marks from Duluth, Minnesota, finishing the 42K Classic. Molly Watkins from Duluth, Minnesota, with a strong finish in the 42K Classic. Here's Brad Skillicorn from Marquette, Michigan, with a strong finish in the 42K Classic. Here's Bill McKinney from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Bill Field from St. Paul Park, and Eric Myers from Maple Grove, Minnesota. Erica Myers. First place in the 25 to 34 age group in the 42K class. So good job, Erica.
All right, coming up here is Mike Snell from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Here's David Fallen from Northfield, Minnesota in the 42K Classic, one pulling it. Oh, how hard, what a struggle. Good job, David. Here's Alyssa Johnson from Minneapolis, Minnesota with a strong finish in the 42K Classic. Here comes Leif Ronender from Bemidji, Minnesota. Judd Palubicki from Dent, Minnesota finished just shortly. And then here comes, oh, this is Leif Ronender. That was Jake McGinnis from Lamoni, Iowa. Good job, Leif. Good job, Judd. Matt Hedman from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And Autumn Hubble from St. Paul, Minnesota. And Floyd Michael from Winnipeg, Manitoba. Finishing the classic. Patty Bales finishing the half classic. And Eric Hedman from St. Paul, Minnesota with a strong finish in the full classic. Aaron Winger from Mora, Minnesota with a strong finish. Another high school skier coming in. Way to go, Aaron. Here is Julie Garrettson from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Strong finish in the classic. I see some Miniloppet skiers are starting to be around, and let me just mention the Miniloppet starts at 1:30 in Library Park. If you are planning on skiing the Miniloppet, the registration and bib pickup has been moved to the St. Mary's Parish Center. The short race, the 400-meter race, the kids will start by the bell tower and just ski right into the finish area. The longer two distances will ski a loop down onto the lake and back up and finish here at the Vasaloppet headquarters. Coming in right now, we have Thomas Hardell from Shoreview, Minnesota, and Jacob Kajomi from Maple Grove, Minnesota, both finishing the classic. Good job, guys. Coming in now, we've got Ingrid Leask from Buffalo, Minnesota, Justin Eberhardt from Ashby, Minnesota, Caitlin Kuiper from Minneapolis, Minnesota, Ava Renicki from Northfield, Minnesota, James Agri from Excelsior, Minnesota, and Caitlin Kuiper from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing her half classic. Good job, Caitlin. Johanna Schwinghammer from Mora, Minnesota, finishing the 42K Classic. First place in the 18 to 24 age group. Good job, Johanna. She also skied yesterday. Coming into the finish now, Tim Pitters from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing his full classic, 42K. Good job, Tim. Rebecca Kolstad from Dayton, Minnesota, with a strong finish in the 42K Classic. Robert Crawford from Cromwell, Minnesota, in the half classic. We've got Matta Agri from Nisswa, Minnesota, finishing the Classic, and Tina Zottoli from Accord, New York, finishing the Half Classic. That was Devin Aarons from St. Paul, Minnesota, finishing the classic. Oh, this is Devin. I missed Gary Maher from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and this is Devin Aarons from St. Paul, Minnesota. Gary, a shout out with third place in the 65 to 74 age group. Way to go, Gary. Good job, skiers. Coming into the finish is Peter Bauer from St. Paul, Minnesota. Here's Gil Creel from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Adam Burnett from Eagan, Minnesota. Rick Pike from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Ryan Kramer from Colorado Springs finishing, and Paul Schoening from Osseo, Minnesota with a strong finish. And here comes Joshua Smith in the half classic. Eric Waldron from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the 42K Classic. And coming into the finish area, Sarah Zimmerman White from St. Paul, Minnesota. Good job, Zimmy. Sarah Zimmerman White, fantastic gopher, cross country and track athlete back in the day in the early 90s. Good job, Sarah. Ooh, and look at her first place in the 55 to 64 age group this year as well. Good job, Sibby. Speaking of lost and found items, if you lose or find something, check in at the Vasaloppet headquarters building here, and we will hold lost items for 30 days. Speaking of which, I picked up somebody else's ski bag off the lake yesterday. There was only 2 bags left, and I thought they were mine. Possibly with the initials FW Kramer. If you're missing your skis and bag, it's here, and please let me know. Here comes Cole Carlson from Renshaw, Minnesota. Brent Nisler from Bemidji, Minnesota, with a strong finish in the 42K Classic. What a beautiful day for skiing and participating and spectating. We are so lucky we get to do this. So fortunate to have this facility and the snow farmers and everybody putting all the work into making this day happen. We appreciate all the volunteers out there so much. Thank you, everybody. Here's Steve Chido from Minneapolis, Minnesota, with a strong finish. Susan Tanberg coming in from Prior Lake, Minnesota. Chris Parr from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And here comes, and Joseph Dubé from Blaine, Minnesota. And here's Maria Schilling from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Stephen Bakken from St. Louis Park, Minnesota, finishing. Here's Jane Cedarquist from Moorhead, Minnesota, finishing with a big smile. Good job, Jane. And Jeffrey Marks from Shakopee, Minnesota. And Paul Humple from Stillwater, Minnesota, finishing with a smile. What a beautiful day. Here's Ryan Morris from Sartell, Minnesota. Here comes Tom Rates from Owatonna, Minnesota. Here comes Coach Chip Jardine from Stairsville, Minnesota. Chip's yesterday as well, of course. Local legend Chip Jardine. And here comes Daniel Chef from Harris, Minnesota. Good job, Daniel, finishing with a smile. Here's Julie Reith from St. Paul, Minnesota, and Robert Day from Hamel, Minnesota. Strong finish in the Classic. And one of our course volunteers out there, Ski Patrol, keeping us safe. Thank you so much for all you do yesterday and today. Those guys out there keeping an eye on us out on the trails. We appreciate that so much. Coming in right now, we have Abby Ellenbecker from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the 42K. But with me in the booth, I have got a fast track skier, Simon Larson. Oh, I have two fast track skiers. I have Simon and Greta. Greta's got her glitter on. She's looking good, ready for the Miniloppet, guys.
Yeah.
Simon, how old are you?
Just turned 11.
Great. And Greta, do you want to talk? No, Greta's just going to observe. That's awesome. Greta, Greta is 8 years old. They are longtime fast track skiers. Coming into the finish right now, we have Tim Holmstrom from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Hey, Simon, are you on classic or skate skis today? What's your plan?
I'm on skate today.
And are you doing the 4K?
I'm not sure if it's a 4K or a 5K anymore.
The longer race. And Greta, you doing the longer race too? Yes, very good. I know they are both super capable of this because I've watched them practice in fast track. Oh, this is a funny question. What do you think about the fast track coaches?
Sometimes are weird-ish, sort of. Sometimes a little bit.
Okay, I'm not sure how to take that, but I'll go with it. How about this question? What is your favorite fast track game?
I like a lot of them, but I'm not sure if I have a favorite. I like the bridge one.
Oh, I like that bridge one too. We should practice that more so that we get better at it, but that is a good game. How about, do you have a favorite spot on the Nordic Center trails or a favorite trail?
I don't ski enough to have a favorite one.
How about Marshmallow Hill?
That's probably the best spot to have s'mores.
Absolutely, absolutely. What about you, Greta? Marshmallow Hill? Yes. Oh, when you get done, you're going to finish right here. When you get done, would you want to check back in and tell me how it went? Give me an update on the trails and stuff? Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for stopping in, you guys, and I'm looking forward to seeing you finish. So the Miniloppet is starting at 1:30 in Library Park. I see Miniloppet skiers heading that way. The right by the bell tower is the start. If you are skiing the shortest race, approximately 400 meters, you're going to just start and come right into the finish area. And that race is really for our youngest skiers. We're so excited to have them all here. And then there's an approximately 1K or maybe 4 or 5K for the more advanced Miniloppet skiers. And that race will go down onto the lake, do a loop, and come back and finish right here. Grown-ups, if you want to accompany your fast track skier, that is fine. If you need to be on foot, that's also fine. Whatever you do, try and keep the classic tracks as good as you can. Try not to step on those classic tracks. Here comes Mark Behrens from St. Paul, Minnesota with a strong finish in the 42K Classic. Here's Steve Paladey from Minneapolis, Minnesota with a great finish in the 42K Classic. Here's Tim Gregory from Carlton, Minnesota. Strong finish in the 42K Classic. Way to go, Tim. Here's Emily Broderson from Maple Grove, Minnesota, finishing the 42K Classic. Good job, Emily. Nice skiing. Joseph Schuster from Minneapolis, Minnesota coming in. Nice finish. Good job, Joseph. So we are about 8 minutes to the start of the Miniloppet. Miniloppet supporters, fans, they will finish right here on Main Street. So please make sure if you're around that you cheer them in. Here comes Victoria Ranua from Shakopee, Minnesota, finishing the classic. Good job, Victoria. Michael Kuhn from Shoreview, Minnesota. Matthew Morley from Sartell, Minnesota.
ya, hey ya.
Okay, 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes to go. Again, just quick review. We want the slowest skiers on the outside of the start area, fastest skiers on the inside. You're gonna head north and immediately turn right and funnel into a tight track. So please be very careful. This is a just route. You're going to go directly past the bell tower and keep going straight, and right onto the main street finish.
Here's Audrey Cullen finishing the half classic from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Good job, Audrey. Nice skiing.
Turn left onto a loop on the lake. 1.5 speed skiers, you will do the little loop on the lake following the column.
And Sadie McKinley from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the half classic. Good job, Sadie.
This might be good enough. Everybody's smiling. Everybody's smiling.
All right, kiddos. All right, fast track skiers, get so close. We have 3 minutes on our clock, so we're going to start our national anthem, and then when you hear John do the air horn, that is your signal to leave, and we will tee off to Happy Trails. Hey-ya, hey-ya.
Arpit Nagy from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the classic. Good job, Arpit. Here's Peter Dorson coming into the home stretch in the 42K Classic. Peter Dorson from Eagan, Minnesota. Good job, Peter.
You're going, kiddo.
Yeah, good job. You got your skis. They look good. This way, friend. There you go. Good job, skier.
Oh no. Yeah. Just a good downfall.
Yeah, people are afraid.
Philip Wandre from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And Roger Schmitz from Sauk Rapids, Minnesota, finishing now.
Here?
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah. All right, take me out, Mark.
Elizabeth Burnett from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the 42K Classic. Douglas Cran from White Bear Township, Minnesota. Timothy Nelson from Lutzen, Minnesota. Nice skiing, guys. Where it is, I just texted Wade. All right, fans, skiing fans, here comes our first Miniloppet skier, our second Miniloppet skier coming around in classic tracks. Looks like they got the wax just right. She's got some good glide. Just keep that balance. Good job, skiers. Good job, skiers. So we've got first and second here in the Miniloppet. I'm guessing these kids did the 400-meter ski. Is that Oliver finishing now? Good job, skiers. I think we've got John Bailey coming in now. Yes, on his classic skis. Looking good, John Bailey. Way to go. Oh, good double pull into the finish. Way to go, John. Good job, Miniloppet skiers. Look at these skiers coming in and being supported by their significant adults. Way to go, everybody. Here comes Benny over the line. Good job, Benny. Here comes David Juno into the finish line. Good job, David. Here is Astrid Gracehart from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, finishing the 42K. And Mike Luke from Minneapolis, Minnesota is finishing the 42K. Good job, Miniloppet skiers. Finish strong through the finish line. You got this.
Vasaloppet came up earlier. That's just the one.
We just got 12K and we just slowed down. Oh, I was gonna ask. Here comes Cam Mullins. Oh, he's got a little bobble. I think his skis are too fast today. There you go, Cam. Way to recover. Let's bend those knees a little bit. There you go. You got it. Okay, this is gonna. Oh. Oh. Okay, so this is going to be a huge pain in the ass. You want to be in charge of this? Here comes Oliver Kipp into the finish area. Here comes Theo Carlson. Good job, Theo. Oliver, you can do it. Here comes Charlotte into the finish area. Strong finish, Charlotte. Dietrich Stenberg finishing strong. Oliver Madison. Good job, Oliver Madison. And here comes Miles Kroll. I'm thinking that this Dietrich and Miles are probably first and second in the longest race. I hope they signed up for the long one. Yes. 15. Here's Lars Gunderson and Ruthie Gunderson coming in. No. Here comes Dashiell Kroll. And Oliver Madison is still making his way to the finish line. He is doing a fantastic job. Jonah Piper coming in. Nilo Ringo finishing now. Good job, Nilo. Nilo, thank you. Nilo, good job. And here comes Andrew Waltz in the 42K Classic. Good job, Andrew. And here comes Coach Chip again. I think he's cheering on those fast track Miniloppet skiers. Good job, Chip. Heidi Moore coming into the finish. Good job, Heidi. Your skiing has gotten so good. And Nils Dibvig from Minneapolis, Minnesota is finishing the 42K Classic. And Noah Mork is back up. He's going to have a strong finish here. You got it, Noah. Good job, Nils. Eli Thompson coming in. Good job, Eli. Alder Manley coming in. Good job, Alder. Your skiing has improved so much this season, too. I'm so impressed. Woo. Good job, Alder. Let's go, Noah. You got this. Vera Timon. Beckett Kroll. And Isaac Lenhart. And also coming into the finish, we have Randy Berndahl from Owatonna, Minnesota. And Eric Rivo from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I think Eric was doing a double also this weekend. Way to go. And here comes Emmy Schmitz into the finish. Good job, Emmy. Olin Ekades. Good job, Olin. Way to double pull strong into the finish. Sierra Wise coming in. Good job, Sierra. Good kick. Way to go. Nice classic form there. Johanna Ziegler is coming in with a strong finish. Miles Kreschel, Andrew Herzog, Lucia Ekenez. Good job, Lucia. Here's Benjamin Bradenberg and Matt Mauser from Fergus Falls, Minnesota, finishing the classic. Beautiful day to be out there. Charlie Baker from Eagan, Minnesota, finishing the classic. And here's Willa Chrisman. Good job, Willa. Amos Headland coming in to the finish. Good recovery there, Amos. You got it. So Miniloppet skiers and supporters, if you are around next Saturday, the Lantern Loppet is next Saturday at the Nordic Center starting at sunset, and we will have a fire at Marshmallow Hill and s'mores fixing. So if you're around, if you're in town, next Saturday, come to the Lantern Loppet. Starts at about sunset or so. We'll have s'mores and things. We also have the Founders Classic scheduled for next Saturday. I am feeling nervous looking at the weather. It was rescheduled because of cold, and now I'm nervous about being too warm this week. We have Mary Ellen Benzik finishing from Oak Creek, Wisconsin in the half classic. Fantastic job, Mary Ellen. Everyone give her a big cheer coming in. Elizabeth Headland coming in. Support staff, Aaron, thank you for skiing. We've got Liv making her way into the finish area. Atlas Kendrick, 2 years old, making his way into the finish. Move those skis, Atlas. Miles Algren making a move for the finish. Good job, Atlas. Move those skis, swing those arms. Patrick Algren. 250. Wait a minute. Patrick in the sled. Good job, Patrick. Patrick has won. I guess we'll give him a break. He can use the sled this year. Next year, Patrick, we need to see you on your skis. You got this, Miles. Way to go, Patrick. Cheer him on. Faster, faster. All right, Liv, you got this. You're almost there. Atlas, you got it. Here comes Addie Olin and Charlie Kerr into the finish line. Good job, Addie. Good job, Charlie. Henry Husagen. Good job, Henry. Here comes Jack Gunderson. Good job, Jack. Isabel, Nadia Ziegler with the wolf ears. And Annika Lenhart. Good job. Here comes Simon Larson. We had a pre-race interview with him. We'll have to hear if he hit the wax right. It looks good. Looks good. And Emma Osterdyke. Good job, Emma. You got this, Liv. And we've got Jacob Hildebrand from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the classic. Atlas, you got this. You made it, man. This is no time for a snow break. Liv, can you ski up to the flags? Do you see the red flags? Liv, you can do it. Here comes Patrick Klein from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the classic. Did I say his name? Good job, Patrick. Finishing strong now is Jim Reisendahl from Minneapolis, Minnesota in the Classic 42K. It's so bright. So Liv, I want to let you know this is how Jesse Diggins started out. So you got this. David Byrne of the Talking Heads is finishing now. Good job. Number 2316, if you could check in with the timer, maybe. I don't think your name came up properly. Oh, we have a post-race interview with Simon Larson. Just turned 11 years old. Simon, how was your ski today?
Hot.
Hot. It is warm out today. The sun is out. Isn't that lovely?
No,
Was it hard finishing with the sun in your eyes?
that wasn't the problem.
What was the problem?
I took a wrong turn, and the people that were behind me realized before I did.
Okay, so did you go extra?
Yes, and then I turned around.
Okay, was it bonus points for skiing extra today? Good job. And you did the skate style today. How was your wax?
I don't know.
Don't know. All right, you got to talk to your wax tech. We got some more finishers coming in here. Zachary Van Hale is finishing. Wow, his skiing has gotten really good. Good job, Zachary. So, is your sister Greta still out there?
I believe so.
Is she doing did she choose the long race as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna let Simon go so he can cheer his sister in, but well done today, and it was so fun skiing with you in Fast Track this year. Keep it up. Finishing now is Ryan McSwain from St. Paul, Minnesota.
Mar and lunch.
What was it? Estelle Shirk is finishing. And I'm another great skier. I missed the number. You're so fast. Good job, Miniloppet skiers.
Remember when I
I guess 26.
I feel like also we have class. We have a lot of
Yep.
And here comes Carson Burke into the finish. Good job, Carson. And we have Fred Jensen coming into the finish line. Fred Jensen, 7 years old. Good job. Janine Martin. And Bear Kitts. And Solveig Kelton finishing. Ava Tynan finishing strong. And we're going to get a bib number here. Anders Tynan. Good job, Anders. Here comes Jason Lampa from St. Paul, Minnesota. And Andrew Wall from St. Paul, Minnesota finishing the classic. And here comes Reed Olson. Reed also doing a double this weekend. Did the bell ringer yesterday. Good job, Reed. Edie, no, yeah, Edie Shorkey. Good job, Edie. Hey, buddy, finishing. Do you have a bib number? Good job, skiers. Way to go. Jamarian is finishing. Oh, it's on his back. Okay, let's see if we can see it. Sven, somebody. Good job, Sven. Thank you. Here comes Jamarian Anderson and Emily Kip. Kroll family, don't forget to change out of your boots. Here comes somebody who looks like they need to try skijoring. Barrett Kip is finishing now. Good job, Barrett. Nice job, Barrett. Here comes Greta Larson into the finish. Peter Larson is finishing as well. Peter apparently had a small mishap, as they say, on the way out, but he seems to have recovered, had a little crash. Hope he didn't take any Miniloppet skiers out. Good job, Greta! Peter finishing his trifecta for this weekend. How many races did Peter do? 3, I think. yesterday, today, and 4? 3. Yes, 3 races this weekend for Peter if we're counting the Miniloppet. Good job. Carson Burke, put on your boots. It is still winter. Here comes King Vasa. He seems to have switched out to some modern skis, I think. And Zoe Schmidt. Good job, Zoe. That glitter looks fantastic. Good job, King Vasa. Inspiring all of us to keep skiing. Good job, everybody. Let's ring our bells. Let's ring our bells and cheer in Julianne Herpy from Minneapolis, Minnesota, finishing the classic. 42K classic. Good job, Julianne. Caden Burke. Wait a minute. Carson. Sorry. Oh, Caden and Carson. Carson, are you refinishing? Good job, Caden. Do we have a bib number? Good job, Miniloppet skier.
53. Just 53.
Reese Bottleson finishing the Miniloppet. Good job, Reese.
Yeah, so it's 2:30. Yeah, only I'm wearing some kind of heavy duty. It's kind of refreshing to actually see all the stuff. Yeah, I walk around town. Yeah. It's that hot shower that I
All right, can you read any of these? Rebecca Kelton. Kurt Martin finishing now. Good job, Kurt. You got this. Use those poles, man. Looks like you got the glide. Looks good.